Okay. Sorry taking so long. Um, I started. Um, Here. Let's just switch to the desktop here. Um, and actually let's make sure I mute my sound. And yes, today I was sleepy too, and I dozed off for like a short period of time. And I don't know why, because I got kind of a regular sleep last night, so I'm not sure why I'm still tired. But in any case, here let's pull OBS back up there. Okay. Uh, Before I started getting on, I was um typing out the what do you call it, the description of the stream, live stream in OBS, and I'm gonna be adding three characters. Probably not all three today. Today it's just gonna be Zanzibar, I think. But um, I was thinking about Red Riding Hood, and I don't want her name to be Red Riding Hood. Can be a little hint on the fairy tale, so I'm coming up with a name for Red, and I'm having a hard time with the last name because none of it sounds seems to sound right, really. Uh, Scarlet something or another, and then Red would be like a middle name. And supposedly I was still deliberating on the last name. I thought I had already decided on one, but maybe not. And it's supposed to evoke kind of Red Riding Hood, the Riding Hood part of Red Riding Hood, without actually deliberately saying it. So so no rider, um, just a few things. And if you think of what like goes with red, um, no, it's not what goes with red. It's what goes with scarlet. Um, Last names that go with scarlet. Um, and I just kept trying to come up with ideas. I'm asking uh, ChatGPT if it can suggest thing, like Hoodwin. Actually, that might not be that bad. Hoodwin might not be that bad. Maybe Reading. It's a little too close to writing, and Red Reading doesn't sound quite right. Um, Scarlet Harrow, Havenwood, Trailer, Underwood, Loden. A Loden cloak is a traditional hooded garment. Loden just sound weird to me. I mean, I guess that's good enough for fantasy. Like you could use it for fantasy, but it just sounds weird. Loden. Um, mm, and these resonate. Then I asked it to come up with if there are any other words I could use, like capella, derived from Latin capella, meaning a little hood or cloak. I think it sounds like cape, like little cape, right? The Ella part is usually means little or something like that. Scarlet Callus, based on cowl, a hooded cloak worn by monks. I don't think she's a monk, so that doesn't work. Callus sounds like Calic, and I didn't like that very much. So again, I'm having trouble with names. Names are my biggest what do they call it? The bane of my existence. They're or I don't know what you call it, but names. Uh, I always I always have to like do this deep dive for names because it's got to sound right to me. It's got to be pronounceable. Um, I don't know. Yeah, it's got to sound right. That's all. Mantel from mantle, chaperone, chaperon, I don't know how you pronounce that. How do you pronounce that? Is it chaperone? Like chaperoning a lady or a child or whatever. Chaperone might come from the word from this old French term for covering, right? Hoodin, scarlet hoodin. Yeah, nah, I don't think so. Clover from clover as a subtle hint of protective cloak, like nature's cover. Yeah, yeah, scarlet clover, scarlet red clover. Actually, not bad, not bad. The pronunciation actually can be anything I want, but I just I'm thinking about that. Capelet, a small cape or hood. Could think of um uh was it Romeo and Juliet? Uh, Capulet was one of the families. I forget which one. But that had a U in it, I believe. Hood, Middle English spelling of the term hood. When I look at some Middle English or Old English, a lot of the spellings are different from paper to paper, because they didn't have sort of uniform spelling for these some of these words. Bardane, nursing cloaks and coverings. Mantel, again, Cabot, Plan Kappa. Shroud, Scarlet Shroud. Scarlet Shroud sounds. Yeah, I know I have Maximilian Spell and Violet Moonshadow. I know those are. Scarlet Shroud would actually uh, not be unwarranted. Scarlet Covert, no, or Covert, Covert. Scarlet Gowns. None of these really worked. The Clover, though, I have to. It might be just. I might use Clover as the last name. Actual names that solely evoke the thought of a hood cloak or something similar. A few ideas. Scarlet Hood. No, not Red Hood. Scarlet Rydell. Red Rydell. Scarlet Red Rydell. I see. Again, I'm not too big on the alliteration part of it. Houghton. Phonetically evokes hood, but it is a real surname. Houghton. That might be okay. Writer. I'm not going to do writer. There's a character in an old Western American Western comic strip. Believe it was a comic strip originally called Red Rider. Could have been a book, but I think it was I think it was a comic. Um, Back in like the 30s, 40s, somewhere around there, and then they made movies out of them, and they're westerns. So I want to not use Red Rider in there. Scarlet Woodson. Too boring. Woodson sounds male, even though it's a last name. Sounds a little too whatever. Scarlet Hadley. I don't know what how that sounds like hood at all, other than it has a H and a D in it. Rodin or Rowden. I don't know if that what the pronunciation is. Might would be okay, but again, that's an R. Red Rowden. Red Rodin. Ridley. Scarlet Ridley. Scarlet Red Ridley. And too boring. Scarlet Howden. Mm. Clovier, actually, how would you pronounce Clovier? Write it out phonetically. See if you can do that. Clover, clip. Oh, Clover. Maybe. Clover. Mm. Clover, though. The word clover doesn't rhyme with lover, though. Clover rhymes with over. Clover. French inspired ending. Scarlet red clover or clover. Is there a French name for the plant clover? Just curious. I could look that up, though. Truffle. Interesting. It looks like truffle, doesn't it? Hmm. Javel. Chafe. Scarlet Chabelle. Clover. Scarlet clover. Red clover. I'm probably going with the more bland clover, like the plant. Scarlet red clover. That. I think that'll kind of fit. I still maybe I have an issue with it, but maybe it's uh okay. Originally, Kurt Wolf was going to be a good guy, as I thought it was humorous to have a cowardly werewolf, but I think I'm going to make him more sneaky and sinister, who appears to be cowardly. He wants control of the werewolves and doesn't like the idea of Red commanding them. Not to mention, Violet wants Max all to herself. So she ends up making a deal with Kurt that if he'll dispose of her, she'll give him control of the werewolves. Anyways, that's we're actually going to be working on Zanzibar today, but I decided that that I wanted to get to this. Anyways, I was trying to do this at the beginning because I thought it would be like a couple of minutes, like I'd write something up, and so I realized, well, no, I'm actually working on this character, and I'm asking ChatGPT. Maybe that should be in the stream, so people can see kind of how I'm coming up with stuff. In most cases, I'm asking it to give me ideas, and I'm just kind of bouncing some ideas off of it and stuff to give me more ideas. I'm not even really using it to make stuff for me per se. You know, a few names and things, but for the most part, this is still all my stuff. And a lot of it's still based on my old notes and everything. Personality, I only appears casually mumbling. This is a ruse to master true cunning ambition, manipulative opportunity. Always looking for ways to advance his own position. That's good. Wants to gain control of the werewolf pack, viewing Scarlet Red Clover as an obstacle to his rise to power. Forms an alliance with Violet to eliminate Scarlet, believing this will secure his position as a pack leader. Uh, yeah. Okay. Okay. It's doing all this. Look at this. I hit my free plan limit for GPT-40. Huh? I'm like, well, I guess I don't know. I guess it took me about probably 10 minutes or 15 or 20 minutes or something talking to it. And really the regular uh regular model that they use for the free stuff would be just fine for what I'm using it for. So it's like uh almost kind of goofy. Anyways, today I'm actually working on Zanzibar the Great character arc. It's a little weak, but um I need to put him into my plot outline. Let's see what ChatGPT replies with. Did that work? Enter. Oh, see, it's doing what it did before. Look at that. It stops, and like if I work on another see, it doesn't allow me to do anything. Why would I do a new chat? Why didn't it just switch to the other model? You know? And normally it does. I can just keep typing, and that's what I do. I keep typing whenever it says I hit the free plan. How come I can't type in here now? Even if it switches models on me. See, enter doesn't work. That's what ticks me off. That's what took me off the other time. But then I was able to even after my thing was up. See, the little voice thing here is in it. That means I can enter stuff in, even though I'm free plan limit for 4.0. It's not even letting me. Okay, there we go. Well, now it's letting me do it. Interesting. Today I'm working on integrating the bar's character arc into my main plot outline. I haven't pasted this into any conversations, but it's based on my notes. Nope, don't do it. That's so weird. Okay, like I said, let's it lets me do it here though. which is weird, but whatever. So maybe it's because I uploaded something to that, because maybe none of these, even when I am using the free, under the free, maybe, I don't know, it always comes up with this deal, though, and still lets me type in, so I don't get it. Mm-mm-mm. Um, we have from our realm who's pretending to be a wizard. He's possibly a con artist or someone with more ambition than actual skill, using his trickery and charm to mislead others into thinking he's a powerful wizard. Bit of deceiver, make him an interesting addition to your roster villain. Since he might be a wild card, he could potentially switch sides if you saw an opportunity for personal gain. I never thought about that. I mean, if I was really going into deep, or if the story was somehow serious or whatever, I might would actually. Oh, you know what? Oh, dang! I went to here. I went to Discord. I'm gonna put this over here so that you can't see it, so you won't know. Yeah, right. Uh, Give me a quick second here while I check something out here. Nobody's in here right now because nobody's seen it yet right now. It's kind of funny though. When I use this monitor, uh, sorry about that. When I when I use this other monitor, probably don't need this right now. Um, when I'm using it to be able to switch, if I want to do the bar and switch in between apps, I have to actually go back to my primary monitor and then switch it over here. Otherwise, I have to at least be able to see it in the other um, monitor. I wonder if I could put a separate workspace on the other monitor and just put all this stuff in a workspace. I wonder if it will let me do that. I don't know if there's a way to do that, but that would be nice. Is there a way to put create a second workspace in Linux on a secondary monitor? Not supported by most desktop environments. F3 window manager, Xmonad, Home shell extensions. Hmm, interesting. That's kind of weird. It'd be nice to have the independent workspace on each monitor. Dual monitor workspaces in 1804. This is Ubuntu. I'm actually using Linux Mint Debian edition, but hmm. Okay, that doesn't really matter that much, I guess. Back. Okay, back to my. Okay. So what was I doing here? Wow, that looks bright. Look like. Does it look that bright in? Yeah, let's check something out here. Let's open this here over on this page. No, it doesn't look too bad on here. Oh. Yeah, that doesn't show me because it's a regular screen. I guess it doesn't matter just because. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Uh, all right. So, oh, what was I doing? Oh, dang it. What I was going to do here is copy that. I didn't I didn't put my link up anywhere on Discord or anything. So, generally speaking, of course, let me see something here. Hmm. What if I could do it there? Anyways, number 34, working on another character. And I'm actually using this. Okay, so this is actually a TV. My second monitor is really a TV that I'm using HDMI to actually use as a side monitor. Um, but it kind I don't know why, but it's kind of is pointed downwards a little bit. There's a slope on the base for some weird reason. Um, so I tip it up, and what I'm using here. Let me pull this out. Just a quick sec. I'm using these. Remember these? Um, let's see here. There we go. Red box. This is actually one of the newer type of what caddies or cup cases or whatever you want to call them. Um, these were actually red box movies that purchased used. You know, you were able to purchase them, and so they came out the way that they're packaged basically, which is on these. Okay, what's going on here? All right. Anyways, to tilt it slightly upward, it doesn't have to be real up, but it's really down when it's down. So I'm using two of those red box disc cases to tip my monitor up here. It's funny. Okay, so back to what I was trying to do here is all right, post the links to and let's see. I won't post it there. Right there. And I know it's taking up a lot of time. The thing that's taking up the time on here. Actually, browser Space Invaders type game. Maybe I'll check that out later. Um, more characters. Okay, where am I? Oh, that I'm there. Okay. Click. At least someone's doing devlog videos. Yep, I am. Okay. Well, I'm doing a devlog stream. It's different. I'll be having videos up though eventually. I might end up when I get done and I start just posting the updates. I might start posting links to them instead of the live streams. So that way somebody can go to a live stream if they feel like it's something they want to look at. You know, I think the okay. I think I will start getting more viewers. Um, well, I really start getting into the game when I'm done with this plotline stuff. I got everything done, and I'm actually starting to work on the game part. And even it's got maybe a couple of phases in, probably, I suppose, because this choose your own adventure thing is not that exciting either. But at least when I'm done with the plot outline, I start making the pages and I start making the charts and stuff. At least that'll be a little bit more interesting, I guess. Making a superhero parody game. Mm-hmm. A couple of these guys are looking for feedback. I might start providing a little feedback. Uh, Free Unreal stuff. I don't care about Unreal because I'm not using Unreal. I suppose I should always get any assets that are free though. I suppose. Okay. So far nobody would think this is cool. Okay. That's all right. Whatever. Quick second. And right. Okay, let's just go ahead and dev stream. Working on another character arc. My plot outline. Alrighty. I guess I'm done there. So let's go ahead and bring this up. And let's put this guy over here. Alright. I guess today's a little bit unconventional for what I'm doing here. Apologies. Each time I tried to do something on time, somehow on time and correctly, somehow I don't do it correctly or on time or whatever. It's always something. I don't know what it is, but I guess that's what you get for being lazy or something. I'm not really lazy exactly, but something like lazy. Anyways, 34. Working on another character. It's funny. Uh, you would know. It doesn't. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. sometimes I have a hobbit. Sometimes I have a habit of saying hobbit instead of habit. Now, sometimes I have a habit of saying stuff that I don't mean to explain or don't necessarily want to explain or mention it anyways, because I'm a dork. Okay, all joking aside, um, having switching sides could be a thing. But the story's already, I guess, complicated enough that maybe I just need to give him a straight up story. And let's see. What I already have is a bit weak. He supposedly attempts to con Max, but then Max catches him and then likes him so much he wants to hire him. My notes state that Zanzibar, actually, I could give Zanzibar a real name. That would be a stage or magician name. Might be some boring name like Dan or something, you know. Uh, Wants to put on a huge show so can he can steal or make enough to quit doing this forever. And then Max says he'll help him put on the show. And that he'll take the audience members, work his minds in exchange, and then expose him to the crowd for being a phony. Then at the last minute, betrays and exposes him to the crowd for being a phony. And then just as the crowd is getting rowdy and about to rush the stage, Max gets a message that the castle is being stormed by our heroes. Interesting setup. But that is, I was looking for the big score. Okay, Max stormed the castle news. Huh. Well, actually, Max plans to betray him when he hires him. Zanzibar escapes when Max decides to return to the castle. But I was thinking it a bit weak that since Zanzibar does magic tricks, it wouldn't necessarily wow people in enchanted lands, because first, it's a real magic kingdom in the first place. Wait, first, real magic kingdom, and second, they especially if their citizens, real magic is commonplace. So I'm not really sure how to handle it. See, Max already sees through him. He's going to use them anyways, and then not only does he use Max to be able to grab bunches of people, but then he decides he's going to betray him at the end. And actually, really, he doesn't really have a reason to do that other than being evil. And you know, maybe because, I mean, it's possible that because maybe because he's planning on getting out of the con man life, you might say. Maybe that's when he decides to expose him as a fraud to the audience, so that they would get mad. But like I said, they're in a magic kingdom, and they might see magic every day, and it might be commonplace. So the tricks might not be all that special to them. That's a great point. Since Enchanted Lands is a world full of real magic, a simple magic trick from someone like Zanzibar wouldn't have the same impact as it would in a non-magical world. To make Zanzibar's performance stand out and also fit in the magical world, you'll need to emphasize spectacle and its ability to craft illusions in a way that still plays on people's expectations as a player, even if its magic itself is relatively mundane by Enchanted Land standards. Few ideas. Master of Illusions, set of land-based like hand common tricks, could specialize in complex grand-scale illusions that manipulate the environment in unexpected ways. Entire fake worlds or alternate realities that people temporarily believe in, blurring the line between reality and fantasy. This is especially impressive to those who don't have the ability to see through the illusion. Special effects and visual spectacles. It could be a showman who uses illusions to create visual spectacles that are impressive even in a land of magic. He could design a performance where magical elements appear out of thin air, seem to defy gravity. Magical fake outs. Somehow using enchanted artifacts or minor magical creatures to augment his illusions, making them feel more powerful and convincing. He could borrow a bit of real magic or trick someone into thinking he's wielding it while actually using something mundane. Yeah. Biggest strength could be his ability to convince people what they're seeing as real magic, using his charm, confidence, and persuasive words to sell his tricks. He could play into the psychology of the audience, using magic as a distraction while convincing them to let their guard down. Instead of just impressing them with flashy tricks, Zanzibar could talk them into believing that his tricks hold deeper meaning, like being able to see the feature of some lost object or touch the essence of the universe through his magic. Unusual magic or impossible feats might focus on magic that pushes the limits of what's thought possible in the Enchanted Lands, like using obscure magic that's rarely seen, or using magical creatures but on the conventional way. For example, it might conjure up a phantom creatures, create entire floating islands, or have a shadow army perform alongside him. Stuff that's unusual enough to make people question whether it's all a clever trick or something truly magical. Setting the stage. Max's high-profile show to give Zanzibar's performance the impact you're looking for. Max could market his performance as something extraordinary that's not to be missed. After successful performance for Zanzibar has dazzled the crowd, even as smoke and mirrors, Max's betrayal could happen right when Zanzibar thinks he's about to leave the magic world behind. Max could reveal to the audience the truth behind the illusions, exposing Zanzibar as a fraud, using his power to turn the audience against him. That's kind of what was going to go on anyways. Maybe, yeah, what do you do in a place where kind of magic is commonplace, right? So how do you, uh, even if somehow Zanzibar had real magic, how would he impress his audience, considering they could possess magic themselves? The con angle is okay because we can distract them enough to essentially steal from them. But as far as what constitutes uh, distraction, there uh, is the real issue. Hmm. Yeah, likely have a. Hmm. I'm just trying to get some ideas here about how would you manipulate somebody that's on to you. Like, what if you were trying to do a magic trick to a magician? Now I know, like you might have seen Penn and Teller's Fool Us, where supposedly these magicians create their illusions and they perform it in front of Penn and Teller, and then Penn and Teller discuss with themselves, and then they they signal to the magician whether or not they got it or not by saying some words or certain kinds of words, and then if they figured it out, then he didn't, it didn't fool them, and but if they did figure it out, then he didn't fool them. They didn't figure it out, then they get a trophy, right? So even magicians can fool magicians, but if you're used to seeing magic tricks and stuff, and even if it's a different way of a similar magic trick, you're still going, well, I know he's palming stuff there. In fact, I've even seen stuff, and I'm not a magician myself, but I've seen stuff where I could tell that they were palming something. Now, usually it's still good enough that I can't tell where they switch it at, because they'll do something like produce a card or something, or like make a card disappear, and then they'll hold their hand a certain way that means that they're actually holding the card in their hand. But then they do something and they gesture, and then the card's gone. Like, it could be part of the fake out too, though, to make you look at the hand as if they're palming it, but then they have already palmed it, kind of situation. So how do I do a thing where it will really persuade them? I think he is tapped into foreign magics that are no longer used by modern practitioners. Uh, when it's, yeah, yeah, you know, if we go back to Lord of the Rings, and I'm primarily talking about the movie, although he they did this in the book, Lord of the Rings book, where Gandalf has the fireworks, and Merry and Pippin managed to set off the one giant firework uh, that was a dragon, and then they all thought it was a dragon coming after him. So I suppose I could do something like that, where it makes them at least still think that what they're seeing, you know. So they're dragons, and they know that they're real in their realm, and um, yeah, it's not a bad idea. I didn't think about that. Um, I think, yeah, yeah, the performance could be set up as a one-time only show, spreading rumors. I think I can do a few things. For instance, in Lord of the Rings, I'm thinking mostly in of the movie Fellowship of the Ring, um, not the not the book, um, where Marianne and Pippin get into the fireworks and set off the large dragon one. Well, you could trick someone into thinking they were seeing a dragon, even in a magic kingdom. The idea of illusionary magic to create something that seems like a real tangible threat, like a dragon's a great way to make Zanzibar's performance both impressive and a bit deceptive. Okay. Okay. Stage dragon attack. Uh, Zanzibar could signal for the audiences to be drawn elsewhere. Real magic with fake dangers. Could be the fake real danger. He could divide the odds to participate in braving a magic test. Says facing a fake dragon, giving them tokens or invitation as a form of engagement. Cancel the spell at the last moment. Um, he could use the distraction slip away unnoticed. Um, yeah, this kind of works. Also, I suppose some simple tricks that we find kind of mundane here on here in the real world might be also an angle to go through. For instance, 3 card Monty relies on following the P or ball or coin or whatever. They might be convinced they're looking at real magic rather than fake. You go along that. Sleight of hand, hidden objects could be used to create illusion of real magic and channel it, especially when people are distracted or dazzled by sheer complexity of performance. A bit of misdirection to have the audience believe it's truly magical. The illusion of transformation. Yeah, I didn't really think about that. Um, so one of the angles is making something huge and look dangerous. For instance, like a dragon. Like a dragon exists in enchanted lands, right? Normally they're friendly, except for when you're pretending and you're play acting, and you're slaying a dragon or whatever, and then afterwards you get to have pictures with the dragon and that sort of thing, you know, and nobody gets hurt in that. But then lately, the all the dragons have been actually hostiles, burning down villages and things, and so code and shader release an actual element to the world. Cool. Um, so one of the deals is just making them think that there's something real that isn't. The magic aspect, maybe not so much. Maybe it's like I tamed a dragon and here he is, and then of course they might be onto that, but like I said, like a danger, like maybe there's an illusion of tons of hundreds of dragons in the air about ready to to burn them up or whatever, and he's able to stop them with his powerful magic, and of course it's like fake. Um, and then, like I said, the other thing is just magic tricks that look like real magic. Yeah, I never thought about that. I guess they wouldn't have shows for real magic though. That's kind of also the thing here. That's why I wasn't thinking about using like real magic, because anybody can make something disappear, or whatever. Um, maybe let's see. Let's think. Maybe um stream will join in shortly. Yep. Um, I have to, I don't know, carefully craft it. I have to at least give it a reasonable. I can actually do the deal about his big show, the big show that he really wants to do. He wants to essentially remove anybody of any money that they have, and of course Max manages to take him to work his mines at the same time. That's fine. The big show, the smaller shows, maybe not so. Maybe they didn't see three card Monty though, so I mean, I can do this typical con man stuff, not magic trick stuff. That's like not cupping balls or something like that. But but it has to be something that they don't get to see in real life. Um, could do stuff like maybe um, oh, I got another reaction in Redot, Redo. What? How does the one guy pronounce Godot? He pronounced it Godot. Redot, Redot, Redot. I like Redot. I like Godot. To be honest with you, I don't like Godot. Just I don't know, it seems whatever frou frou or whatever, rather than just sounding like something that like it sounds like. I like words you can pronounce. and words that look pronounced like they look. Anyways, I don't know. Maybe I have to look up some things on actual cons because, you know, it doesn't need to be. This is just a game, and it's supposed to be fun and light and comedic, and it'll be a cartoon and stuff. So that's why I didn't feel the need to like research how a con man actually works because it's not really. Of course, if the if the people are tourists that he's using in his audience, um, and convince them that because okay, so if they go to enchanted lands, let's say they're from our realm, they're super wealthy, so only a few super duper wealthy people can actually go from our realm, but let's just say that, and convinces them that he's doing real magic, and so they naturally think that Zanzibar is actually from enchanted lands, that's actually doing real magic. Hmm. That's a thought, anyways. Huh? Hmm. How many? It's like okay, so this is what I'm thinking here. How much action? How much events or how much things happens in Zanzibar's storyline? He gets in with a group of real wizards that are coming back to Enchanted Lands from our realm. Wizards. It's a wizards convention being held in our realm, and so he gets in there, and then he comes over here, and nobody knows him, and he realizes he's not being chased, and so what's he gonna do? He's gonna find a way of making money, maybe gold coins or something. I don't know what Enchanted Lands actually uses. Probably wouldn't be Quicksilver. They wouldn't be using Quicksilver for uh for actual money. In fact, Quicksilver is far too valuable for that. Um, but he's still got a common for money. In fact, um, they could actually be using real gold coins, and so he figures he's going to somehow be able to travel back to our realm eventually with a ton of money, a ton of gold coins, and so he's going to be able to go back and supposedly take it back. So that's fine, and he tricks people and creatures and stuff out of their gold. He steals it, or they just give it to him, and yeah. So basically, he's a con man. I don't know. Maybe he could become a fake salesman. Magic mirrors and stuff. When because they have magic mirrors in there, right? Two-way magic mirror. He could be selling personal ones, and really they happen to be actual mirrors. So it happens to still be fake. Or maybe he can just pretend to be a wizard, kind of like the Wizard of Oz, right? With the Wizard of Oz circumstance of the wizard, it was just a guy from like Omaha or something. I don't remember the actual book or if it's just the movie, but he's supposed to be from like Nebraska or somewhere near where Dorothy lives, and supposedly went up in a balloon, came back down in Oz, and then they think he is a wizard. Maybe I could go that angle, that route. And so they think that he's going to help them. Well, you remember in I don't know if you've seen the movie Dragonheart Dennis Quaid and what's his name? I can't think of his name now. With Sean Connery voicing the dragon Draco, and you basically remember how they come up with this con where he pretends to slay Draco, and then he gets paid for killing this dragon for you know for these villages. I mean, to be that sort of idea. And the only question is, what does he do for them, and what does he do in return? That requires a lot of thinking that I haven't really invested in this character. And usually, the way I think of stuff is I just get these ideas and they kind of percolate, and then I go, well, what if he did this? And well, what if this happened? And even though I thought the Zanzibar idea was kind of funny originally, now I'm just kind of thinking, well, I need to come up with something. And that makes me wonder if today's going to be the day where I don't actually get anything done because I can't come up with something solid. I mean, I could start to work with what I already have, basically. Um, um, it'd be con man. I might have to look up some cons because he's not going to impress them with balls or whatever. Maybe the rope cutting restoring thing, but definitely not stuff like uh, levitation. Levitation. Perhaps teleportation. That's not something they do frequently and requires a bit of magic skill. Hmm. Yeah, magical axe. Okay. What about a wizard that helps people with problems, sort of like the Wizard of Oz? But of course, all of his stuff is a sham. That sounds like a fantastic idea. I don't know. I don't know why they program it to make it like it's like praising you for whatever idea you come up with. I don't really need it to do that. I just need to say, okay, we could work with that. Let's see what could we do with that. Rather than saying that's a great idea. Well, maybe it's not a great idea. I But it's kind of annoying when it does it every time. It even puts little emojis down there. See, I'm a real person, really. Sounds like that. He pretends to help people with their problems, much like those reviles, create a lot of fun, RPG, deception, combinate moments in contain Xanathar's character, give him some deeper motivations. Fake is magical, this can play problem solving. Much like the Wizard of Oz, doesn't offer people's problems like a lack of courage, give them an elixir that really uses water and food coloring, but they pick it gives them courage. That's kind of what they did with the Well, that's not what they did with the Cowardly Lion. At least in the movie with the Cowardly Lion, uh, they he gave him a badge of honor, stating how brave he actually was. Um, I don't know, magic elixir. It could do that probably. Broken heart. Wanted to return home. Yeah, well, this is just all things that come from the Wizard of Oz. I was just saying, like the Wizard of Oz, where the wizard is just a man, but he pretends to help people. Yeah, wizard staff. Reveal and uncovers the truth behind the charade. Uh, Discovery has no real magic. Um, it may not be pure evil. Might feel good about tricking people. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Zanzibar could turn good, but it's like I said again. I'm having too many good guys in my story, and I need at least as many good guys as bad guys, at least, if not more bad guys, to make it more like the good guys are the underdogs. I'm shying away from making any more heroes, as is evidenced by the fact that Kurt Wolf is now actually a villain. And the reason is I have too many heroes, too many good guys, so that it doesn't look like much of a problem if the good guys win. There needs to at least be a balance. Although I suppose you could really, uh, if you did the last moment thing, like Kurt uh, Red and her werewolf army, and so he's convincing them. But if it's like a redemption thing where he's like bad, but then like he turns good, he feels bad, I could probably still work with that. I could probably still do that because originally he's a bad guy, and but then he turns that around. It needs to be at least balance. Um, I have 6 good characters and 7 bad ones. That's not true. I got 7, right? I got 7. 7, right? John, the Princess, Hubert, Roland, the Count, Sir William, and Chester. 7 good ones. 7 good characters and 6 bad ones. And the 6 bad ones are, my nose is doing weird tricks on me. I don't know, the air or something. Um, so we got Max, we got Violet. I'm not thinking about Red or Kurt just yet. So it's Max, it's Violet, it's the Black Knight, it's Barty. That's 4. It's either Crooktooth or Nestor. In other words, a bad dragon. We'll say Nestor. Um, and Zanzibar. That makes them 6. Now, if I put Crooktooth in there, that makes them 7. So now they have 7. Negative victory isn't guaranteed for them. Setbacks, villain-driven story moments. These flying trains could be a turning point in the story. Well, Max is not using the flying. I mean, he's been using the trains through the whole thing. He's not using that as a story. Uh, uh, Wait, that's the text thing here. Let's pull up the notes. The thing that gets me about this though is I uploaded the deals. It's supposed to analyze it. It should know all the characters I have just based on what I wrote. And so sometimes it's coming up. It was coming up with characters that was, it wasn't showing me every character that I put in there. Okay. The good guys: John, Hubert, Princess Karen, the Count, Roland, Sir William, and okay. Oh, that's right. And Chester. Okay. So, good. Why did it not? Oh, no. I didn't tell it to match case. Right. What? Wait a second. How come I didn't tell it to match case? Is that because there's a space? Good. All right. How come that's not showing up? What's the deal with that? Why can't I? Oh, is that because it's taking the quotes as actual quote? See something here. We did something like that. Can't use quotes, huh? Let me check something. Uh, how do I use quotes in a search in LibreOffice Writer? Might be easier to find. Straight double quote, you would enter it as phrase if you're such more curly. Huh. That's weird. Current selection, regular expressions. I don't know what regular expressions are, honestly. How weird. Alright, let's just look for straight up good. I'm not I don't want to spend time with that. Good. Goodbye. Good hearted. Good, good, good. Good guys. No, Kurt isn't. Okay, forget that. Characters. What? Okay, fine. Let's find Chester. Daganya. Well, I have characters up here. I don't know why it wasn't in there. Maybe it was and I just didn't see it. Okay. John Thomas, Hebert, Princess Karen, the Count, Roland, Chester, Sir William. That's 7 bad guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Okay. Let's try this again. Pardon me. So we have John, Bert, Princess Karen, Roland, Sir William. That's only 5 there, isn't it? Chester. And then villain-wise, we have Max, Violet, Barty, Excellent Barty, the Black Knight, right? Zanzibar, and Nestor. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's right. What added? What am I missing? Why do I keep doing this? Oh, the count. That's right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so that's 7 heroes and only 6 villains. Now, if I add Crook Tooth, that's 7 and 7. See, it gets all this wrong, and I put it in my text, so I needed to come up with something new and different, but it's just weird that it doesn't do that. Okay, so now if I add Red and Kurt, that's 9 and 7, and if I then make Nestor turn good, it balances them out. You have 9 heroes, 9 villains. See, even gets this wrong. Look, it adds Red and Kurt to the heroes, and then yeah, I don't know how bad the non-free, the free the older model or whatever. Maybe it's GPT-4 Mini or something. I forget what it's called now. It's not 3.5 anymore, but it still sounds kind of dumb, doesn't it? I mean, this is one of those things where I put stuff in there and it's supposed to say I didn't tell it to come up with new things. You got 2 of the villains added onto the heroes. Now I don't know what it's doing that for. Uh, okay. I guess this is where this kind of breaks down, right? At least I still know what I'm doing, anyways. So Red, Scarlet, Red, Clover, and Kurt. Wulf are villains. I don't know why it's putting it in the heroes column. Got it. Here's the updated lineup. Oh, now they got this right. Finally. Violet Moonshadow, Barty the Gnome, Black Knight, Zanzibar the Great, Tooth the Dragon, Nestor, Scarlet Red Clover, Kurt Wolf. And Nestor ultimately becomes good as he's Chester's long lost twin brother. Nestor wasn't really evil to start with. He was more like me than anything. Yeah. Nestor, as he was never enchanted because he was mean to start with. But in a sense, he doesn't really participate in with the other dragons either. So he's not actually burning villages or stealing sheep. From the fact that he was never enchanted because of his inherently mean nature. Lone Wolf Dragon, instead of actively causing chaos, he's more aloof, self-serving character. Uh, um, he does. He frequently beats up on Chester, but when Chester notes that the other dragons are enchanted, he braves a meeting with Nestor, and Nestor tells him Crook, who has ensorcelled. Ensorcelled just sounds kind of like a wrong word, but it's a real word, I believe. Ensorcelled. Uh, nope. And to see if I can. Is ensorcelled a word? Ensorcel. Oh, it's two L's. That's why. Is it? Okay. Has ensorcelled the other dragons. Chester missed it because he was on one of his usual sightseeing trips. Okay. Yeah, I mean, really, that's all I'm using ChatGPT for. It's just to kind of. Sometimes I get to come up with stuff, and it doesn't really do a great job. But, anyways, what time are we at? It's almost 3. I think I'll probably have to take a break here in a second, even though I didn't actually type anything in the plot outline, which is what I'm going to do next. Which is funny because we spend a lot less time on Zanzibar than I have the other characters. But that's okay. I almost kind of locked down Zanzibar's deal. To bewitch or enchant someone, to wrap or bind with a thrown rope. I didn't know that. Huh. That's cool. Because he was on he was on one of his usual sightseeing trips. So they decide at one point Chester offers him a shiny stone, smooth stone, and I don't want to say melts his heart because that sounds kind of wimpy, you know. But uh, and since he's never received a gift before, he instantly takes a liking to Chester, and then they talk and find out they're actually brothers. They're actually brothers. And so they search for Crook together. Symbolic gesture. Yeah. It's something simple yet meaningful, and it reveals that Nestor has never received anything like it before, in stark contrast to the selfish, mean persona he's cultivated. A small act of kindness could be a turning point, making Nestor curious about Chester's true nature and willing to listen to him for the first time. Yeah. Anyways, my nose is bugging me. If you're wondering why I keep on messing with it, it's allergies, and it's also partly lately we've had the heater on, although it might not be on right now because it's actually somewhat warm out there. It might be the 70s. Here, let me check my weather app here. 70. It's actually 73 out right now. It's pretty warm in here though because of the computer. But anyways, I think I should probably go ahead and take my break now. I think I heard the coffee maker go off. So yeah. And actually, I want to thank people for listening or watching so far. And I've got a few more things to do today, but right now I'm gonna go ahead and take my break. Well, it's not technically a coffee break. I mean, it is kind of, but if I don't finish it off in there, I'll finish it off in here. So, anyways, a break. So I'll be back. I'll try to be back in about 15 minutes so I can get done on time, and maybe I'll be able to write in Zanzibar's character arc into the plot outline. And then we only have two characters left, and I'll have to think about some stuff for them. I already got some stuff written, but I'm gonna have to rewrite. Kurt's story needs to be rewritten a little bit, and I don't know. He might need it like a whole thing, like a whole character arc. Like his main plot, his main plot would be to be able to control the werewolves, maybe for his own end. I don't know about that. I don't know if he'd want to take over things. Maybe he's that ambitious. I'm not sure, but I know for sure right away he wants to get a hold of the werewolves, and the only way to do that is to get rid of Red. I don't know if he has a subplot yet because I can't think of anything right now that would be a side thing that would be like a mini goal, because this would be his whole thing. It might be to get rid of her, but he'd be getting rid of her and then solving his problem with his main goal. Maybe maybe the pack, and this actually brings in another character. I don't know if he's going to be a I don't know if he'd be a NPC or an actual like villain like crucial to the story. But the idea could be that the leader of their pack of werewolves, and and they can just be wolves. In other words, anthropomorphized wolves. In other words, they wouldn't necessarily ever actually men or whatever. Um, in the sense, or maybe they used to be men, but somehow they got cursed as werewolves, and so now their appearance is primarily wolf. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that the pack has a leader already, and Kurt wants to become that leader, and then it, still to be able to command the werewolves himself, he's gonna have to get rid of. You do a mutual thing too. I didn't think about this. In fact, I don't know if, and it means more work. It means I have to come up with a new character, and he's got to somehow contribute to the main story. In other words, the leader of their pack, um, there has to be something special about him, maybe, or maybe just like the cook, maybe just an NPC, like I said. Like you, because originally these are going to be player characters, and they might or might not be player characters now, but they're main villains that drive the main story. They're not little like the cook in the escape from the uh, from the Grand Enchanted Landian Hotel. She is just a non-player character. You know, they get her out, she comes with them, and she helps them, and she's not important to the story, other than, well, she is. I mean, she's important to helping the princess escape, but she's not important to like the overall. Like she doesn't have a big motivation to fight the bad guys, even though she's joining with the good guys, so she would be anyways. But she's not like a mover in the story. Like, literally could take her out, and it wouldn't really affect the story. Except I'd have to find another way to get the princess out, or I leave the cook there, and it really wouldn't make one. It wouldn't make a difference to the story outcome if she was with them or not with them. And then I also had the thing with the count, and the count has his motivation was to one of his things was to find a mate, and I might have to work some into that too. That means I have to come up with more character stuff. Um, and I did have the character arc. That was one of his subplots because there's no more vampires around, so he needs to find one before it's too late, or else they completely die out. The so he actually has a bit of a story, so I don't have to come up with as much as stuff for him, but I might have to work it into the story and have that somehow be in the story. Maybe the cook. Maybe I develop the cook. Um, well, no, I can't really do that. I mean, I can, but it means adding another good guy, another hero to the list of heroes, and I want to keep that locked down. I'll keep the villains kind of locked down. So maybe the leader of the pack is an NPC as well. Maybe he's not a major mover in the story, which is fine. In fact, that should be kind of maybe how I do it, anyways. I think. Lock the characters down. Kurt is okay. So what I said earlier about Kurt was that in fact, I could just write this down in my notes. In fact, um, where did I have the deal here? Because I already have the. Let's go all the way down to the bottom. I already have the note. Okay. She's not really in charge of the werewolf. There's the leader. Okay. Um, addendum to the note. Um, what? Uh, yeah. What was Arnold Schwarzenegger's character's name in Escape Plan? Rottmeyer. Hey, maybe I just call him Rottweiler. Just do that. I know it's the name of a dog, but it's like German or Austrian or something in that nature. Kurt Wolf is yeah. Sorry, Germans, you're the bad guys here. Apologies. Germans aren't really the bad guys. It's just that Kurt I wanted Wolf to be part of the name of the werewolf, the cowardly werewolf, and so I named him Kurt because Wolf kind of sounds German, and I put a U in there to make it like a pseudo German spelling. It's not really German, obviously, but uh, so Kurt Wolf sounds like a German or Austrian name or whatever, and so we're gonna do the same thing with the leader of the wolf pack. Leader of the wolf pack. Um, Rottweiler. Um, and actually, let's do a little thing here. Let me check the spelling of. How do you spell? Wait, let's do define. Define Rottweiler. Okay. Alternative capitalization of Rottweiler. I did spell it correctly though, so it's a German. Metzgerhund. Rottweiler butchers. Rottweiler butchers. Interesting. I didn't know that. Butcher dogs. Butcher hounds. That's funny. Boy, my face looks really blown out here, and this the side monitor is way up though, so it could look like less. You might still see the glow on mine, but it looks really weird over here. Let's see. Meaning Rottweiler butchers dogs because their main use was to herd livestock and pull carts laden with butchered meat to market. Interesting. Uh, Considered to be one of the oldest surviving dog breeds, goes back to Roman times. Oh, interesting. Protecting the humans and driving their cattle in the region of Rottweil. These dogs met mixed with native dogs and natural crossing. The main task of Rottweiler now became driving guardian of the herds. Free city of Rottweil and was known for as the Rottweil butcher's dog. Huh. Interesting. Uh, Rottweiler. We'll call him Rottweiler. I don't know. It's not very imaginative. I get it, but we'll work on that later maybe. Is in command of the wolf pack. I know it's because it's not a single word, but it's a single word. It's the army. And elite army of werewolves currently under Max's command. Um, and find a way to get in charge of the werewolves. Okay. Currently under Max's command. Red's not in charge of it. Red is responsible for recruiting the wolf pack. Red is responsible for recruiting the wolf pack. And so, like the note above, Kurt manages to make a deal with Violet, stating if he disposes of Red, she will make him leader of the Wolf Pack. And she might figure that she's doing it through some magic or something. Okay. So, all right. That's, I guess that'll do. Now I can go take my break. So I'm gonna go take my break now, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes or so, hopefully. And thanks for watching so far, and I'll see you in about 15, 20 minutes maybe. We'll see. Hey, sorry, this is just my. Oh, you can't see it. That's right. It's a good thing I got. It's a good thing I got the monitor over there, because I would have thought that you could see my desktop, and you can't. Ha ha ha. Okay, so I'm gonna do something a little bit different. Now, I eventually have to add in um, my plot stuff into the plot outline. But maybe just today, I am going to add Zanzibar's plot outline like I did the others. It's going to be kind of based on those ones. Okay. Okay, so first thing I want to do is I want to, and this is okay because it's still progress. It just means that I won't be putting more lines in the plot outline until I'm done with this, and it could still be today that I do it. But let's start with, let's find Zanzibar, and Zanzibar is going to be mostly following the story. Okay, so let's copy all this Zanzibar plotline. Actually, let's go ahead and copy the little line here too, little separator. Main plot, subplot. Okay, and then we're going to go all the way down to here. Okay, like that. Then I'm gonna go down to, let's go down to, okay, let's do the same thing. Let's do a shortcut. Okay. Go to Zanzibar again. I think I rewrote this. And this should be, no, this is the one I just brought. So I apparently only have one outline for Zanzibar. Which is weird, but that's okay, I guess. Great. Zanzibar the Great plot outline. Oh, that's right, because my second note revision didn't have the villains in it, apparently. Alrighty. That's quite alright. So let's read this together first, shall we? And I don't need that. A main plot. Zanzibar the Great is a performer of magic tricks, aka magician in our realm. After breaking the magician's code, the Brotherhood of Prestidigitation chase after him. In town, he escapes in a crowd that looks like to be an elderly tour group when they escape into the Royal Enchanted Lands. Quickly realize he can profit here just as well as anywhere else, and better since no one knows him here. After cutting a few visions out of their limited funds, he decides he needs a big venue and creates a huge production in order to gather people from all over the lands and from other realms as well. So he kind of builds on this deal, and he's building to this big production, and this big production is going to be the thing that kind of helps him retire, essentially. One last big con. Um, Now, this is a little bit weak here. Max approaches him, because this is really kind of part of the main plot. There isn't really much of a subplot here. I mean, I don't necessarily need a subplot. Usually, it's like a secondary plot, usually kind of like a personal goal. Sometimes it's uh, if the story isn't about that, maybe they're estranged from their father, and it's like uh, Indiana Jones' Last Crusade, right? The Last Crusade, they're searching for the Holy Grail, and um, then there's this issue with Indy and his dad, Henry Jones Senior. Uh, wait, is it Henry Jones? Yeah, and then they kind of end up bonding, and so the subplot is him being able to kind of reconcile with his father, all those years, what happened and the way he trained him and stuff, and he does that, and so that is technically a subplot. It's not the main plot, but it connects with the main plot in the fact that they're both similar, they're both after the same thing. He's using his dad's Grail diary, and it helps them to bond and get closer, and that's in the end they have this kind of repaired relationship, and they kind of understand each other better. That's a subplot. Um, Sometimes it's the love story in an action movie or an adventure movie of some sort. Um, yeah. Um, I don't know if any of you remember Teen Wolf with Michael J. Fox, and he came up with this super confident deal when he turns into the wolf, basically. And the girl that he's always been friends with, that's always liked him. There's a little love story thing going on there. When he realizes that Booth's the one that I don't know what her name is, Booth. I don't remember because I never like read the credits when I was a kid, so um, it's all based on what I heard. But anyways, he ends up getting with his girlfriend that's basically been his friend, has always been there, instead of the hot cheerleader girl. And so that's a subplot, right? So they're kind of side stories. They're usually personal. They can involve a goal of some sort, and they usually at times they don't seem related to the main plot, the main goal, but they eventually somehow come around to being part of it, or they intersect with it. So I'm thinking of a smaller like goal for a character when I'm thinking of a subplot. This is not really a subplot though. Uh, team up, Teaming up with Max is not really the subplot. Actually, I suppose the subplot could be um could be Max is trying to help him, or presumably helping him just to help him because he likes him or whatever. And then, but the real story is him eventually going to betray him. So maybe that's what I was even thinking when I wrote it. Zanzibar the Great is a performed magic tricks to magician in a realm after breaking the magician code. Right. I already read that, right? Uh, Subplot: Little escapes Max notice include Zanzibar. When Max proposes him, Zanzibar thinks it's another person he could swindle. He attempts to do so with some variation of three-card money. Zanzibar is actually successful, but when Max figures it out, he sends some thugs to hunt him down and eventually captures him. But likes his boldness so much, he offers to help Zanzibar with his big production. Even promises when Max is done, he could possibly rule his own realm and maybe get revenge on the Brotherhood whom he evaded. Um, so the plot outline, the subplot is it's kind of its own story, its own beginning, middle, and end and stuff. And so I'm not sure that this really qualifies. Okay, so the inciting incident here is now keep in mind my limited knowledge of screenplay writing is why I call it, plot point one, plot point two, midpoint, all this stuff, and the three act structure. I don't write screenplays. I've studied them, I've read a few books, but I'm not. I'm just, I'm just a guy, and I'm making this. This is a game I'm making, and so this is not official screenwriting, whatever. It's just what I'm using as sort of the way to outline my plot here. Okay, so it's work in the Magic Palace in Las Vegas, which there's probably a real Magic Palace, so I'm gonna have to think of another name that's not actually in Las Vegas. When he reveals the Brotherhood of Predestined, I call it here instead of the Brotherhood of Magicians because I think there's like a real Brotherhood of Magicians. I think like a union or something. I'm not sure exactly, but I wanted to call it something similar. Basically, all the magicians kind of prescribe to this, you know, and they swear not to tell each other's secrets and all this stuff. When he reveals the Brotherhood of Prestidigitation's greatest illusion in a frenzy, they start chasing after him, and he escapes into the city and ducks into a hotel who happens to be hosting some sort of convention. When there's a group of elderly gentlemen dressed strangely, he goes in the middle, and those that are chasing him can't find him. The group of elderly men walk through a door, and it closes behind them. When he finds himself what looks like to be some sort of university. After wandering around a bit, he knows that they use coins just like this, like his world, and in fact appear to be gold and silver. And then decides maybe he can profit here just as easily as back home. So he begins games of chance, some sleight of hand, and soon he's got a tidy little bag of coins. So I guess he's just an all-around con, and he has several schemes. He doesn't just use magic here. He knows several different deals, and he's fairly successful apparently. After visiting larger towns, he realizes there's more than simple villages to con, and he learns that Enchanted Lands gets visitors from many different realms. So he plans out a big show where he can hopefully steal people's valuables. And I just thought of this. I thought of, well, how could he steal stuff while he's performing a show? Well, I figured, well, he's got to have a little, like a sidekick, maybe a pet, maybe an animal that he uses in his act or something. At first, I thought of a rabbit, and then I was like, a rabbit. Rabbit can't do much. Then I was thinking of a monkey. Monkey's not so traditional. I don't really like monkeys that much. And I wasn't thinking of a chimpanzee. I was thinking of those little, like, those little, were they, organ grinder, the little monkeys, the stereotypical deal where the Italian has got this little monkey and he's got this musical instrument that he plays, and then the monkey kind of dances around, and then they accept money. So something along that nature, and I was thinking this monkey could be kind of like that. And then I was later thinking he's got hands and stuff, so that means he could probably pick people's pockets and stuff. And I thought, well, I don't really like monkeys that much, and at one point I was thinking spider. Now spider would be kind of too dark and or whatever. I mean, I could make him a friendly spider, I suppose, but something that could still. And I just thought of something, and I thought, you know, uh, ravens, right? Ravens are usually in some fantasy stories, and they're usually bad omens and whatever. And they're really smart, and they like shiny objects. And I was deciding between it and a crow. A crow is slightly smaller. In fact, let's just look up real quick here the difference between. Uh, Here, I'll just do it in the search here. What are the differences? And I know the physical differences. Ravens are all black. Crows aren't necessarily all black. Sometimes they have yellow beaks and they're smaller. And there's differences, but I just wanted to know the difference. Whether it's between ravens and crows. Often confused due to their similar appearance, but there are several key differences. Here are some of the notable distinctions. Ravens are significantly larger than crows, with a wingspan around 46 to 54 inches. That's a lot. I'm uh I'm 5'4", so 54 inches. That's That's a mighty wide wingspan. I mean, yeah, 32 to 40 inches, about 2 feet, about 3 feet. Uh, Ravens have wedge-shaped tails, while crows have fan-shaped tails. Ravens have larger, more robust, and curved bills, whereas crows have straighter and smaller bills. Flight pattern. Ravens can be more acrobatic and agile in flight, often soaring, while crows tend to have a slower flight pattern and rarely soar. Ravens produce a deeper and hoarse croaking sound, often described as R, while the crows make high-pitched caw sounds. Uh, Ravens prefer wilderness areas where crows are more commonly found in urban settings. Ravens are less sociable and tend to be more cautious. Crows are more adaptable and less scared of humans. Intelligence. Both ravens and crows are highly intelligent, but ravens are considered one of the smartest birds and known for their problem-solving skills. Ravens have more shiny plumage and the notes of blue and purple, while crows have a matte black look. How to tell a raven from a crow. And you know what? I was gonna call him Seamus just because I thought of the name, but I thought it fit. What something like Corvus, right? Corvid is like their genus or something. I don't know. What is a corvid bird? Corvidae. Corvid is any bird belonging to the family Corvidae, which includes crows, ravens, rooks, magpies, jackdaws, jays, treepees, coughs, I don't know how you choughs, and nutcrackers. And for their intelligence, among the most adaptable and clever birds on the planet. Okay. So maybe call him Corvus. Corvus the crows. Seamus the crow. Seamus the raven. It doesn't matter if I say the raven or the crow. Okay. So let me think here for a moment. I don't know. Ravens look really cool. Uh, 2-footed hops. Funny looking, aren't they? Oh, at least when they're walking. Well, I have to listen to this. Actually, um, there shouldn't be any problem here. I'm going to turn on the desktop audio here for just a quick sec. What? Annoying birds, aren't they? Let's listen to the raven now. Yikes. That's hilarious. I guess that's it. Okay. Uh, yeah. So that was kind of funny. Raven bigger, curvier beaks. Also quite shaggy. Clockwise top left, common raven. American crow, and common raven. Yeah. Location wise, I don't care about the location. Okay. I see. These ravens are pretty shaggy looking sometimes. Um, Red garage wall in East Vancouver alleyway. Driving against red roof at Ski Hill, North Vancouver. Yeah, these guys look a little bit rougher. I don't know. Maybe it should be a crow. Uh, Not because, because this guy looks a little bit slicker than this guy. And so if you're gonna use a crow, okay. So what I thought of was, he'd have the sidekick animal that he used to bring on stage or something. I was thinking the raven, but ravens are pretty big, and then I was thinking crow. I was like, I don't know, crows are a little bit more common than a raven, right? Sort of. Um, but if you look at yeah, they almost look related, don't they? I mean, obviously they're birds, they're a type of birds and stuff, but I mean the it just there's just a slight difference, right? It's just shaggier, but the eye is still kind of the same. It's the same deal. The beak is still kind of the same shape, but it's a little bit, you know. I'd almost, if I didn't know any better, I'd almost say they were the same kind of bird, even though they're classified as two different birds. But I'm thinking maybe I could use a crow, and I don't know if it's believable if a crow could actually do this, but where he actually the crow becomes his cut purse basically. The old coin purses, right? They put it on their belt or whatever. You kind of see them in fantasy or medieval settings or whatever, with the way they used to carry their coinage um, in this bag, right? And so they're called the thieves called cut purses, right? Because they literally would sneak up and cut the purse from the belt, and probably if they're, I suppose some were probably really good and really silent that you couldn't even tell that they did it. So I was thinking that this crow or this animal could do a similar thing where it could actually go and it could snip the cords tying the purse to the belt, and so then it can steal these things from people, and that's how Zanzibar gets his money. He puts on these supposed free shows. It's sort of like a snake oil salesman, where they used to put on these free entertainment shows, and then they'd sell them this fake medicine or whatever. And so it's sort of that vibe where he goes around and he kind of puts on his show, his little show. He shows them a few tricks and a few things. And I even also was toying with the idea that Max actually imbues him with actual magic, and then at the end he's going to go to betray him, and then they takes the magic away, and so then he's left with literally holding the bags of coins and trying to take off. And okay, so there's also a thing where the good guys are storming the castle. He hears the dealie. He could have just left uh, Zanzibar to kind of fend for himself, because at this point he doesn't care. He wants him to be. Um, he wants to get rid of him. Once he's served his purpose of gathering people in for him to be in his mines, and once he's had enough, he can, essentially like leave them to the wolves, so to speak. And then, so let's pull this back up. So basically, I was thinking, yeah, uh, he'd have a crow, a little like crow sidekick that he always used in his act, and where he kind of do some of the same thing. He'd like steal stuff, and of course he'd reveal their secrets, and So yeah. So anyways, I was just thinking he needs this kind of character, and so going back to this subplot, um, oh yeah, I was even thinking about with the monkey thing, thinking the monkey deciding he's going to take the money and run into an open portal somewhere, and when he actually gets back to our world, then he becomes like a regular monkey again. He can't talk, do nothing, and but I'm not using a monkey now, so I'm thinking of a crow, and I'm still thinking of what's this smaller goal? What's the smaller deal that I could do? Um, Zanzibar has got a, and maybe I should also think up a real name for Zanzibar. Like I said, Dan or Richard or John or well, I'm already using John, but something common, Billy Bob. Um, you know, maybe he's a sort of a amateur thief, you know, Joey Hands or something. But when he puts on his magic gear, he pretends to be Zanzibar the Great. Joey Granola, just because it sounds funny. Um, I'm still a little bit weak on the subplot. I don't know. Maybe I could get ChatGPT to help. I don't know if it's really helping at all right now, anyways. But really, okay. So back to Zanzibar. Uh, okay. Start up your thief when he realized he was uh, good at magic tricks, and so used it to become the Zanzibar Great um, character, but he would still pick pockets from time to time, but mostly wanted to expose the greatest secrets of magic when he raised the ire of the I don't know, brotherhood of what was it? Prestidigitate. Um, Prestidigitation. I always get that wrong. Ah, prestidigitation. In other words, fingers. Prestidigitators. Search Brave for prestidigitator. Brotherhood of prestidigitators wanted to do bodily harm, and when he sneaks into convention sinks into a group of elderly gentlemen who happen gentlemen who happen to be actual wizards from enchanted lands finishing up a convention. Potential. Let's break it down, add structure. Yeah, I don't necessarily. I don't know. I could do that. I mean, and then I could have him actually come in later in the story, somewhere around the middle of Act 2. I could actually do that. That would kind of help a little bit. This is like almost to the time when Max is done with his machine. He's almost about ready. He's about ready to test it, and he's probably got all the slaves he wants to mine the ore for him. He's got almost all he needs now. That's beside. Okay. Running with actual wizards. One fateful night, he sneaks in a meeting with elder gentlemen and remembers of the Brotherhood, aware that these are actually real wizards from the Enchanted Lands, not just agent illusionists. They finishing up a convention are in the process of finalizing the important magical agreement, but Zanzibar ego to learn the secrets they are discussing and tries to blend in. I didn't even think about that. I didn't actually think that they were doing something that he wanted to get in on. Really, I was thinking he was escaping. I might still do that, but that's kind of an interesting idea nonetheless. Seizes the tools, personal gain. Turning point. It not just kind of making its own stuff up though. Learning true magic. That's kind of an interesting thought though. Eager to finally escape his life of petty crime and cons. Villain or anti-hero, depending on how you want to go, Zanzibar can either remain an antagonist or become a gray area character. His motivation for wanting to expose magic could stem from a good place, wanting people to experience the wonder of magic, but is warped by a selfish desire for recognition. He might want to have his power to have the power to control magic or make it universally accessible for everyone. But this means, but his means are morally questionable. Over the course of the story, he could either be redeemed or fall further into villainy. You know what? Honestly, I was just thinking here. I'm still gonna do what I'm gonna do for the character for the story, right? He's still gonna be what he is. He's not gonna be a redeemable character, at least not in the story. But I was just thinking, you know what? It would make a good movie actually. It would be I mean, this is the sort of idea that is kind of like original in a sense. It's not really original, but kind of original. The idea where he's this kind of this charlatan, and he pretends to help people, and he can even be from this world. He could be like the same thing, and maybe he's mad at magicians or something for like tricking people and stuff because maybe his dad was his elderly parents were swindled out of a lot of money, and so he sees magicians as con men or something, and so he goes and his whole thing is just to completely ruin magicians everywhere, right? And then and so when they finally find out what he does or what he's doing, uh, they come after him, and he escapes into what he thinks is just another convention, you know, another show of some sort. And they travel through a portal and they travel to, this magic kingdom or magic this other realm. Not even necessarily have to do with Enchanted Lands. I'm just saying, as a live action movie, this could kind of be this cool thing where he starts out with he's got kind of good intentions in the beginning, sort of, but then he becomes kind of greedy and he becomes kind of selfish, um, and then when he comes to this magic kingdom, there's like some tyranny and some maybe some actual evil wizard is holding um the whole kingdom, is controlling the whole kingdom with an iron hand and stuff, and and then at a certain point he decides that he's going to turn around. He's tired of being this con man, and he wants to stand up for something, and he's going to help these people that's poor and whatever. And that would actually be a pretty cool idea for an actual movie. That'd be, this kind of this cool fantasy deal. I mean, I guess a similar kind of thing is like a Magnificent Seven kind of thing. If you ever watch the Three Amigos, it's a comedy version of essentially the Magnificent Seven, but it's just three, and they're three washed-up actors that actually get pulled into Mexico. This village is being terrorized by this villain, this Mexican bandit named El Guapo, and then you know, at first they all think it's just for a show, for some money, and they figure they might as well take it because they don't know the next time they're actually going to get another job, and then they find out it's real, and then they decide that they're going to help them, and that's sort of what the Magnificent Seven really did. All these guys in the Magnificent Seven, they weren't necessarily straight up like good guys exactly, but they were kind of rough around the edges. Some might have been con men, gunmen, that sort of thing. Not outright criminals, not like the Dirty Dozen or something. But even though the Dirty Dozen is kind of a similar deal in a sense, but um, so the Magnificent Seven, that's what they do. There's this village being terrorized by this Mexican bandit, and they decide for various reasons, each for their own reasons, to help this village out. They don't some of them don't have anything better to do. They don't have any money. Some like these people, whatever, that sort of thing. And so I guess that would be a similar kind of a story. He would go in there, try to swindle people, and then realize that these smaller villages and some of these people were being, taken advantage of, and starting to feel bad. And then decides that he's gonna actually help them out. It'd be a cool movie. It'd be a cool real movie. And that's sometimes how I get my ideas. I just, I think of something and I go, oh, that would be cool, and I go, then this happens, and then this happens, and then my brain just goes into overdrive. So, anyways, um, let's see. Considering the nature of my game, this is going to remain somewhat simplified, not very dark, just humorous, not preachy, just entertaining. And of course, it's but Zanzibar will just be a it's a kind of interesting idea too. What if I made this game and I was completely done? Now this would have to be when I was completely done. Now I just do this kind of crap all the time in my head. So I just think, wouldn't it be cool if I did this and I did this, and sort of like shiny object syndrome, kind of, but it's not exactly. In other words, I'm not just gonna abandon something just because I think of something cool. But I was just going, what if this is successful at the end when I'm completely done. It's a fully interactive animated adventure game, and then I take each of the characters and I write them into live action movies, but each character having their own movie, and it would still somewhat concern the events that happen in the game. So the same kind of events would be there, maybe be written a little bit differently because if I rewrite stuff, I end up rewriting and streamlining some things and some whatever. But I could almost make all these each of these characters their own movies, and that would be pretty cool too. I don't know. That's just the way my mind works. I apologies for not like being on point. Shoot, it's already 4. Uh, I'm gonna have to finish this up like really soon. Uh, I guess maybe today I didn't really get much done, did I? I mean, I guess I kind of did though. At least I kind of know where that direction I'm going, right? I know well, I already knew I was going to add Zanzibar in there, but still in the process of trying to refashion his story so it works better. Will just be a villain. Uh, and probably end up escaping. Here, this okay. Max's role in the plan catches the attention of Max. Uh, he's an scapegoat. Sending the bar escape. Okay. Possible return, yeah. Maybe even try to join forces with our heroes down the road. Yeah, I doubt it, but you never know. You never know, right? Okay. Okay, so the problem I'm having is giving a subplot, although not strictly necessary because he's almost a side character. Like I probably don't even actually need him for the story to function. I want to make him a bigger, make him have bigger, more importance in the story. So the main plot is for him to pull off the big con. That's his main goal. But I'm trying to think of a sort of more personal or smaller side sub goal. In my notes, it was helping Max, but that's not really a part of the subplot. That's not really a subplot. It's part of the, not really a subplot. Or at least it's not a very strong one. I could still leave him out and it doesn't really affect Max's plans. Unless I make him super important in the beginning, where that's chiefly why citizens and tourists come up missing. Because he has a here. It's giving me some, I think, some ideas here. Let's see. Right. I mean, I could make him part of the plan of uh, abducting citizens involves Zanzibar, which means he's kind of in the beginning of the story still. Um, so I don't know what would be. So his plot, his main story, his main goal is to pull off the big con and maybe retire with enough money to enjoy it. And then, but some sort of side goal, I'm not sure. They're looking to give it more personal and meaningful subplot that will add depth to his role while still keeping a secondary or side character develop and see. Desire for fame and recognition, more personal stakes. Greatest illusionist in Enchanted Lands. It's in about wealth. He wants to prove himself and others. Just a font. Well, he's good at cons. Deep down, he harbors a yearning for genuine respect. People around him, especially the magical community. Subplot can involve him trying to gain recognition from powerful figures like the Brotherhood of Prestidigitators or some other magical society he looks up to. Conflict. As he attempts his big con, he gets the attention of these wizards who are skeptical of his claims and want to expose him. This leads to a situation where he's faced with the fear of being exposed and humiliated before the audience. Does he continue to rely on his tricks and cons to gain fame, or does he finally reveal his true nature and perhaps his insecurities? He either abandon the con to prove his worth to the magical community in a different, more legitimate way, or in typical fashion, keep the con going but find a way to trick the real wizard and think he's a success, gaining temporary fame. That could be the thing. Maybe that is his motivation. His motivation is to become like the greatest magician ever, and um, that wouldn't necessarily mean that would make him want to expose the other quote unquote charlatans. Maybe part of his act is exposing them, but showing his tricks are legitimate because he's that much better, you know. So maybe if everybody knows their tricks but not his own tricks, and he's using different methods, maybe he figures that will elevate him. And so then he finds himself in a real magic kingdom with the real wizards, and he wants to gain their respect. Uh, and he does this by he does this with fakery. Zanzibar has a personal treasure or lost artifact that he seeks desperately. It could be something sentimental like a trinket from his past or an object that represents the illusion of power he's always wanted. Perhaps it's an item stolen from him long ago by a thief or lost in a con gone wrong. The object could be a symbolic of the life he's trying to lead, the life of a powerful magician or con artist. Maybe he goes into Enchanted Lands and he starts doing his con thing, but then he realizes he wants to be a real magician. That would be something. Yeah, that see, this is why Chat GPT helps give you ideas, right? So maybe that's his deal. His deal is to be able to do real magic, and uh, so he comes in here and then he cons what's his name. I don't know if he would be a con still though if he wants to do real magic. Um, maybe maybe they won't let him be a wizard or something, because they know who he is or something. I don't know. And maybe personal treasure, lost artifact, seeks desperately some sentimental illusion power. Object becomes important with him actively seeking it out during the course of the story. However, the object might end up being in the hands of Max, who's taken it and used it to control, or could be hidden away in a location that forces somebody to confront his own greed or need for validation. it's not as important as he thought or has no real power. This realization could lead him to abandon this obsession and focus on his true desires like escaping Max, finding a different path to fame. The redemption arc sort of my desire to prove he's not just a lowly con artist, but someone capable of being a hero. Perhaps there's a moment where he sees the heroes, or maybe Chester, if you like, okay, doing something noble or selfless, and it makes him question his own methods. He might have a moment of reflection where he wonders if he could be more than just a trickster. He failed miserably in his attempt to do anything heroic, probably making the situation worse and reinforcing his role as a sidekick's villain. However, this could create some tension with Max, as Zanzibar may not want to be seen as the henchman anymore. An farcical failure leading him to either double down on his villainy or decide to return to his old ways. The subplot could give him a brief character growth without compromising his comedic villainous nature. Um, yeah, I don't exactly like the idea of someone wanting to do good and then still failing at it because evil is evil. I don't hold to that. I don't hold to that theory about someone's environment is what makes them evil or whatever. You know, you've had you have tons of people that overcome adversity, and you'd have other tons of people that are just evil because they're evil, not because they weren't loved or hugged as a child or something was some bad situation. It just depends on what you make out of it. Sometimes you're just a bad guy, and so I don't really want to do the thing, especially being the fact that that's kind of the serious, and I don't really want that much seriousness in here. Dilemma of betrayal. Since Zanzibar's always trying to stay one step ahead, he finds himself caught in a conflict where he has to choose between betraying Max, whom he starts to like and respect in a weird way, or following through with on his personal goal of pulling off the big con. Max might start to trust him, and Zanzibar could have a small but meaningful friendship with Max. However, as the story unfolds, Max's betrayal of Zanzibar looms, and Zanzibar has to decide if he wants to stay loyal to Max in exchange for a possible reward, or if he wants to turn the tables on Max first and take everything for himself. To either betray Max, saving himself but losing any trust from the heroes. Well, Max is not a hero, so and escape was the last, maybe in some loot while avoiding the wrath of Max's anger. That might be okay. Uh, hmm. Well, okay, so the one thing is, all of his small cons aren't making him enough money to pull off his big con. So maybe, um, look at this. Fire. So maybe, Max can offer him. Yeah, maybe his thing doesn't get off the ground. That's still not a subplot though. That's the main plot, right? The main plot. Here, I wonder. You could tie the personal subplot to the larger story that the lost artifact be linked to something powerful Max is trying to use. This could create tension as ends over. Might secretly be after something Max needs for his larger plans. That could work. Something for the machine that he needs. Maybe he needs some sort of like crystal and that's a thought. Maybe Max conned somebody out of this like super powerful like magical crystal thing. They doesn't know how to and Max needs it. That wouldn't be Zanzibar's own goal though. And that would be in service to his main goal, which is to pull off this big con. What could Max offer Zanzibar? No, that's not what I'm trying to say. That's still part of the main plot. No, it needs to be something. It needs to be some sort of other goal that he's going after himself. That's kind of smaller in scale, maybe more personal. Personal. It doesn't have to be personal, but um, hmm, redemption arc involves running with the heroes, maybe even getting their trust in a moment. Finding this villain's nature could make Zanzibar's interactions with Max more interesting. He's strategizing, deciding whether to make his own play, creating intrigue, and giving him more significance to Max's larger plan. What's the... I'll have to consider it. I'll have to think of it some more. I meant think on it, but whatever. At least you're getting an idea of how I think when I come up with stuff, which is a lot more than I could say about the stupid Double Fine documentary with Tim Schafer locking himself in his office and only coming out, and then them not even telling you that much of it. You know, I understand the idea of not telling people how to play your game, you know, and give them spoilers and stuff. But at the same time, if I'm offering a thing because I know that they'll buy it, I'm going to presume I might tell them ahead of time so they don't spoil it, not to watch the documentary until after they play the game. You know, just like just like I might do if I get far enough to actually releasing it, and then I tell people, well, I have this whole bunch of live streams and these videos that you can see how I made it, but you might want to play the game first because I provide all the spoilers in there, right? And I would think that, you know, it's a Kickstarter thing, right? So you're invested in Kickstarter because you're invested in the person or the project, or you know, whatever it can do for people, or you know, if you like the person or whatever. And so presumably these would all be fans. These would all be people that wouldn't care if you had spoilers in it. And if you did have spoilers in it, and in fact, if you told them, then they would still like it because they would, if they're being honest, they would play it first through, and then they'd watch the documentary that has all the spoilers in it. Anyways, I'm just kind of going off, but yeah. So even if I don't actually type something out, and I'm going to type a little bit of the story out because I've got a few ideas here, so I'm going to type a little paragraph here. But so yeah. So any progress is progress, and at the same time, it kind of shows you how it comes into being, right? Even though I had all the characters in mind, I had the kind of their story arcs, and even if they weren't so great, I had them all. There's still a ton of work to do on the story, as you can see. So I hope you stay with me though until I actually get to actually implementing the game. I realize this is taking a long time, and like I said, it might be a couple of weeks. It might be the end of February before I get done with this plot stuff, because I have to do that. I have to reconfigure um, Kurt's role because now he's a bad guy. I have to think of some stuff for him, and then of course Red is still Red, and I could still kind of do what I was going to do with her anyways. Anywho, um, can you name? Can you bring up examples in any fiction, literature, literature, liter, literature? What am I thinking? Literature, what is that? Um, like what is that? What am I talking about? Um, can you bring up in fiction literature, or movies, or TV shows, or cartoons, or comics of a villain's subplot, or do subplots, uh, or are subplots only relegated to protagonists? deep in character. The Joker in the Dark Knight causes chaos and tries to dismantle Batman's moral code. Villain subplot. The Joker's subplot revolves around his deep contempt for social order and his desire to prove that everyone is just as acceptable as he believes they are. He plays psychological games with Gotham citizens, the police, manipulating events like Harvey Dent's fall into madness and setting moral traps for Batman. His subplot is woven into the fabric of his relationship with Batman, where the Joker challenges Batman. This is cool. I like this. It's funny because I did actually watch this. I didn't care for the Dark Knight. Sorry if you're, you in the comic books and movies and comics, and you really liked the Dark Knight. Um, it was too realistic, and of course, I'd never even seen the Joker movie because that's just about some psychopath, right? I mean, that's all I gathered from the trailers because I haven't actually seen the movie, so you can correct me if I'm wrong. But to me, it doesn't scream comic book. You see, comic books to me. Now, I'm not a comic book guy, so you can kind of say, well, he's just an idiot. He's not into comic books, so I'm not going to listen to him. But comic books to me should be kind of like larger than life, right? They're visual, primarily visual. They have some words and stuff, so it's not like reading a novel or a book. Um, but it's also not like a movie. But it's closer to a movie, right? Because it has panels and it's a lot of action and there's some dialogue and whatever. And so comic book movies, I feel, should be kind of comic booky. In other words, they should be larger than life. They should be exaggerated in a way. That doesn't mean they can't be serious or realistic in certain ways. You know, if you compare, I'll just compare Batman Begins to The Dark Knight. Batman Begins is more comic booky. They have more of the comic book villains. It's more kind of over the top action, um, that sort of thing. The Dark Knight kind of gets into the Joker's psyche a little bit more, and it's kind of, to me, that makes it more boring. I can go watch a movie about a psychopath. I don't have to watch a comic book movie to do it. I watch a comic book movie because it's something I can't do, like Superman flying or Spider-Man swinging on webs and stuff. You know what I mean? Um, you know, even Venom, and I didn't care for Venom that much. I don't care for the anti-hero kind of, where it's compressed, or where it's like forced, like he's forced to be good because the main character that Venom inhabits, that is, maybe he's not a horrible guy, but Venom is kind of horrible, but then he's restrained by being in the human, right, or whatever, you know. And I don't know that much about Venom. I watched the first movie with Tom Hardy, and and I didn't care for that much. But at least that's comic book. That's something. He's an alien. Venom's an alien, and then they do fantastical things, even if it's dark and gritty and whatever. You know what I mean? It's like comparing. Um, it's like comparing the Tim Burton's Batman to the Dark Knight, right? Tim Burton's Batman was comic booky too. I mean, they had kind of these over the top characters. It was highly stylized, um, and even when they put some realistic stuff in it, it's you still watch it as a movie. You still watch it as not reality. It's escape from reality. I don't want to see reality and stuff. And so I don't even know why I went off on this. I'm just saying that at least I saw um, the Joker. And anyway, sorry, I went off on a tangent like I always do. Apologies. I was getting to some kind of point, but I don't remember what it was. I'm just saying that I think comic book movies should be comic booky. They should be comical. Doesn't have to necessarily mean funny or humorous, but it should be something that's escape from reality, not reality. Anyways, this is actually good. I like this. I actually see Maleficent. Didn't see the second one. I don't really care about that. It's back when I was thinking that maybe Disney would start coming out with some good stuff. When they were still doing crap, right? The woke stuff. This is, in a sense, is kind of woke because Maleficent is a sympathetic character now instead of just a villainous like she was in the Sleeping Beauty cartoon. So they made you kind of empathize with her character, and to me, that's just That's kind of messed up because it's like like and evil and stuff. Considering all the crap that's happened nowadays, letting criminals walk free and all the stuff that they've been doing, not just blue-haired weirdos, but I'm just saying kind of like the evil stuff, right? Um, that's kind of why I don't really care for Maleficent, but at least I did see it once. Centered around her transformation from a vengeful villain to a more sympathetic character, and see, that's exactly what I was talking about. I don't like this idea because this is not a how should I say it? You have movies where they're selfish. They're sometimes they're mean. Sometimes they're bad motivation. Maybe they're thieves or something. But they have this redemption story, and by the end, they turn out to be good. But this was already a movie where the character, the cartoon was that she was already an evil witch, and she gets killed basically. And in Maleficent, they like completely twist the story to where you're like going, well, the bad guys are good. You kind of shouldn't do that, really. I don't think. It's like Fast and Furious. They shouldn't have glorified these guys who were car thieves. In fact, if you were thinking about it in a realistic setting, they would have been hurting people, physically hurting people, right? Like the truck driver, stopping their deal and stealing stuff. Potentially, people get hurt, right? And then they're kind of glorify these thieves, and you're kind of going, well, how come there's thieves running around, there's murderers and stuff, and we're just letting them out and letting them go around and do stuff and not putting the law on them? Why? Because we were watching these other movies that were telling us that thieves were cool, and these bad guys they're cool guys, and there's no right and wrong. It's just kind of morally ambiguous. And so, sorry, high horse again. Apologies again. Maleficent's subplot centered around her transformation. We learn about her past. She's betrayal she suffered. Her actions come in sharper focus. Subplot reveals how she changed her mind about Aurora, moving from revenge to protection. Um, yeah, uh, anyways, I didn't care about that, but I guess the main plot that she curses Princess Aurora out of revenge. Yeah, okay, whatever. Loki and Thor: The Dark World and Avengers Endgame. Okay. Loki's main plot revolves around causing chaos and gaining power. Yeah, that isn't really a plot so much as a thing he does, though, right? A plot is usually some sort of goal. Gaining power, I guess, could be considered getting a goal. Loki's subplot involves his relationship with his family, particularly with Thor. Though Loki initially seeks to dominate, his interactions with Thor reveal his deeper insecurities and desire for validation. Later in Avengers Endgame, Loki's subplot focuses on his struggle with identity and his desire to be more than just a villain, as evidenced by his attempt to escape from his past by taking the Tesseract, which sets up his own time travel adventure. Importance: Loki's subplot offers personal growth and emotional depth, providing an arc that turns him from a purely malicious villain into a complex anti-hero. And the reason that we kind of bought Loki is because he was more of a comical character and less serious in a way, because of the fact that he's kind of this trickster kind of character, right? And so him going into being a good guy or not doesn't you don't think of it as kind of twisting. It's not really changing. It's like he can go either way, right? Anyways, that's fine. Wicked Witch of the West and Wizard of Oz. Wicked movie. Wicked Witch tries to stop Dorothy from reaching the wizard and fulfilling her journey. The Wicked Witch's subplot isn't just trying to kill Dorothy. There's a deep layer of jealousy, bitterness, and desire for control over Oz. Her subplot highlights her obsession with Dorothy's magic shoes and her frustration not being able to harness that power, which contributes to her obsession with Dorothy. That's actually a really good example. In fact, that it comes through in both the book and the movie. So her subplot adds dimension to her character, painting her as more than just a fight evil figure, but someone whose desire for power and revenge runs deep. Also, enriches the overall narrative, giving her motivations that are personal and emotional. So her subplot really is her relationship with Dorothy. She really hates Dorothy for killing her sister, and even though she didn't really do it on purpose, it was just her house that fell on the Wicked Witch of the East. Um, there is this sort of deal, the main plot of stopping her from getting to, and well, you could almost say that her main goal is to get the ruby slippers. The sub goal is just to basically stop all the characters from reaching the wizard. Gaston and Beauty and the Beast. It's actually kind of funny. Okay, I've never seen The Walking Dead, so I wouldn't really know about that. Uh, Gaston and Beauty and the Beast animated film. Gaston wants to marry Belle. When she refuses, he turns into the antagonist, seeking to kill the beast. Revolves around his vanity and pride. He feels entitled to Belle's affections. Yeah, his subplot involves his growing desperation, moving from being upset. That's still part of the main story. In fact, I don't like the Beauty and the Beast animated film either. To me, there's a subtle changing. Usually, it's the guy that doesn't want to commit. He doesn't want a marriage. It's usually the woman that wants the marriage and the kids and stuff, for one thing. And then the other thing is the quick turnaround, that he sees the beast in this magic mirror and he instantly turns like evil or whatever. And his only real evil thing in the whole movie is that he's a male, quote unquote, male chauvinist pig. He's like sexist or whatever to the extreme. That doesn't really paint him as a villain. It's not, he doesn't want to murder somebody or whatever. And if you looked at it right, if you could look at it from Gaston's perspective, and you could make this kind of Beauty and the Beast where really the beast is the beast. For one thing, the beast initially has this kind of big ego. In fact, I have a character in there that sort of models that a little bit. But uh, the beast in the story, the original story, uh, he's mean to this woman. He turns her out, and then she curses him, and he becomes this beast. And then through through learning about true love or whatever, he he becomes human again, right? Um, and what was I gonna say? Yeah, so he does this bad stuff, and then he gets in the end he gets um what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it's just that Gaston's character is that he's a sexist guy, and basically he's a dude, and he's never really done anything bad in the story. There's nothing bad in the story. He hasn't murdered somebody or trapped her. In fact, the Beast, what he does is he traps Belle and keeps her, and he keeps her father, and then he keeps her in exchange. And in the end, he learns about love, and then he gets the prize, right? After being this kind of egotistical, kind of mean guy to little old ladies, after he gets cursed, then trapping somebody to make her love him, and then at the end, Gaston's the big bad guy. I think that's kind of messed up. So I don't really buy that here. Of course, this is just an AI. It's probably not very good, but okay. Governor's antagonist rolling over a community with brutality delves into psychological state, revealing the trauma he experienced due to his loss and collapse of civilization. He grapples with the need to control others, which seems fairly deep, fear, and personal loss. His relationship with his family and his obsession with revenge on Rick Grimes add emotional layers to his character. Uh, okay, that's all right. Magneto seeks to protect mutants by any means necessary, often clashing with the X-Men. Magneto's subplot revolves around his deep-seated distrust of humans stemming from his traumatic experiences in the Holocaust. Yeah, and this is the thing that this I thought was kind of weird. Now, I don't know about the comic. The comic, maybe he was Jewish in the comic, but making him a Jewish Holocaust survivor and then making him a main villain to me um is kind of messed up, honestly. Um, I've never used that as a thing. It's you know. So, anyways, he's driven by a desire to protect mutants from humanity's oppression, but his methods often lead to violent conflict. His relationship with Professor X is central to his subplot. Magneto's bitterness and ideological differences with his old friend drive much of the character's evolution. Okay, I get it. Tips for crafting villain subplots: psychological depth, give the villain some personal conflict or a flaw to explore. This makes their motivations more complex. Moral ambiguity, villain has a personal code of ethics for or reason for their actions that doesn't seem entirely evil, like Magneto or Loki. Relationships with other characters can have complicated relationships with heroes and other villains. This can be explored through subplots such as the emotional fallout and betrayal or need for validation. Transformation or redemption. Some villains experience an arc that moves them towards redemption. Personal motivation. Maybe they want power, revenge, acceptance, or something else deeply personal. The pursuit of this goal can shape their actions and decisions throughout the story. I don't know if I want to go that deep with Zanzibar. You know, shoot, it's almost 5 o'clock. I guess I'm going to have to wrap this up here. Try to explore Zanzibar's personal ambition and desire for fame and wealth might be a way for him to prove something to himself or escape a troubled past. Perhaps a failed career, broken relationships, or being dismissed as a fraud. He also seeks validation from Max, his master, who he tries to please by putting on a grand show. This dynamic can turn personal, with Zanzibar either gaining or losing Max's favor. Manipulation and deception. Zanzibar's subplot could involve his eternal struggle to balance his desire for fame with his awareness that his con game is harming people. Maybe he even wrestles with growing conscience. Yeah, I don't want to get that deep. Okay. Uh, I have to consider this matter further. I actually need to go now. What not? Probably return on Thursday. If you even know what day it is. I do. It's not Thursday already. January 20. It doesn't know. January 25th was a Saturday and was last Saturday. Thanks. It's Thursday already. January the 25th. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, that's all right. So, do I add anything in here? No, I didn't really add anything. Okay, well, I guess I figured out certain things that I don't want to do with Zanzibar's character. So, still need a subplot. Zanzibar's main plot is to put on this big con. He wants this big payoff. Okay, but the subplot needs to be something smaller. Like I said, more personal. It could be a relationship thing, but I don't want to be too deep. I don't want this to be too deep. It's just what it is. Okay, so I guess yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and do like a quick recording here for my video update. So at least I kind of mention what I was doing and stuff. And let's see, I don't know if I should I leave this open or should I just go to webcam directly? So let's go to webcam, and then I'll go ahead and start the recording. Okay. Okay, so today I didn't really get that much done, at least not physically done. I hashed over a few things. I tried to figure out. Okay, Zanzibar is one of the villain characters. He's kind of not as big of a villain as the others. He wants to commit this big con. He somehow snuck into Enchanted Lands, and then figures out he can. Nobody knows him there, and so he decides he's going to start running cons on people so he can get their gold because they obviously use gold coins, and he can bring that back to his realm, our realm. Later on, once he's got his big haul, and so his whole thing is surrounding about that. And my whole thing today was without it, with the exception of the side things that I went through today, the tangents, is trying to find a suitable subplot for him and to make him a little bit more important to the story. I think I can make him more important to the story by allowing him to be the one that handles the quote unquote abductions. I think I was having Barty do that, but Barty is really handling the he's handling the dwarves, and he's running his mines. He's running his kingdom, which are the mines. So maybe Zanzibar, Max uses Zanzibar to um, get people. So when he puts on a show, he gets these people. He gets to keep their gold, their money that he takes, and then Max gets all these people. So I can kind of put him in the beginning there, but I still need this little side goal, this little other goal that may be smaller, more personal. I don't really need it, but it will kind of add depth to it. It'll kind of add a little bit of extra to it, but I don't want to get too deep with it. So, and that's really all I did today. I didn't really do that much, but I thought I should put this in an update so that um, so at least it shows I'm going forward. I'm still going forward even though I didn't actually do anything today. So thanks for watching, and uh, I'll see you later. Now the see you later is for later. It's for the update. It's not really so much for this live stream, which I'm also going to end here in just a second. I want to thank you all for watching or reading or listening, watching or listening so far, and I promise I will get done with this. I'll get done with the story, this plot outline thing, by the end of February, and uh, hopefully it'll be sooner than that. But I'm going to go ahead and say the end of February, and when I get that locked down, then I'll start the actual game proper. I'll start providing charts, and I'll try to figure out here. Let me show you. I'm just showing you the kind of the upcoming thing here. Let me do something here. That okay. Anyways, a long time since I've seen Team Wolf. Always like Michael J. Fox. He was a very pleasant actor. Yeah, I like Michael J. Fox too. He's pretty cool. I liked several of his movies. Um, okay, so here let's go back to the plot outline, even though I didn't add anything to it. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so each of these, okay, in Shannonland's Malcolm, while on his way home from work, John stops in a store, gets his favorite candy bar with a silver ticket inside. This is going to be one room or one room description, one card, one whatever you're going to call it, one scene. Ultimately, in Redot, they're saved as scenes now, so they're each going to be a scene. Now, I'm not going to have how many lines are in here? There's 325 lines, so it's about 150 160 different cards or different scenes. I'm not gonna make 160 scenes. That's just like way too many for this, at least. So after I get everything down to the bare minimum, where it's just an action and it's a single line per scene or per thing, um, then I'm gonna see what I can put into like one card. You know, one thing. I might group them differently. This is the order that they're going in right now, but maybe they'll be slightly different. They'll be bunched up and in like a different way. And I'll reduce it to fewer cards. And then what I'll do is I'll make them into scenes that connect one to each other, like one connection to the next one. So it just reads like in a linear fashion, like you're like a book. You're turning a page in a book. So you're reading a page, and you click, and it goes to the next page. Then I'm going to lay these out and decide, well, what can I use as choices? What pages can I put them as choices, and how can I make it? And I might not make endings. There might not be any dead ends in anything because the final game, like way down the line, is going to be like puzzles that you don't get stuck in. You don't get stuck for not having the right inventory item, later, and you forgot to save or whatever, or you're someplace where you can't go back and get stuff. It's going to be like closed off. It's going to be closed loop, and may or may not be multiple endings, but mostly I want to keep it to not multiple endings. So there'd be several different cards, several different choices you make that kind of go to the same thing. Like I was saying earlier, there's an instance where I have a puzzle of how you get into the Knights Academy. You need a badge to get in there. So you have to make a badge. However, that isn't the only way to get in. Another way you can get in is by you notice that the guards at the front gate are they're not really guards exactly. They're suits of armor. And when you figure out the way to get rid of the suits of armor, then you're able to freely walk in without any problems because they won't be able to stop you at that point. So that's two things. So I can put the two choices. Would you like to do this or would you like to do this? It goes to the next card. It says, oh, okay, so you got past the guards. Now you can walk in and out. And then, what would you like to do? Would you like to go to, the mess tent or the barracks or the jousting arena? And then on the other one where you make up a badge and you get in that ways, then it'll say kind of most of the same thing. It'll say, you now that you have a badge, you can go in and out wherever you want to go. Do you want to go to the mess tent or the barracks or the jousting arena? Right? It'd be the same options, and it will go to the same card. And this way, I keep from the very beginning, I keep it from going into some sort of a bad end or loop, unless I intend to do an end or endings. And I might intend to do an endings, but I might not too. Typically, the LucasArts tried to make sure that you couldn't get stuck, and mostly didn't really have multiple endings exactly. Fate of Atlantis might have had a separate ending, maybe, because you have a different path or different way you can go. But for the most part, they tried to avoid it. Whereas Sierra tried to shower you with deaths like all the time. It was funny in the Space Quest series because he would do stupid stuff and it would have a funny saying, funny death, or a pun or something. But LucasArts tried to do it where you couldn't get stuck and stuff, and where you increased your enjoyment. So that's what I'm going to try to go for. Anyway, sorry being so long-winded about it. I hope to start it sooner, but it might be March when I actually start to get to the point of actually, taking this outline when it's done and building it into scenes for the game. Anyways, thanks for watching, and I'll probably do an edit stream tomorrow. I'll continue to do those for a little while. I might not do them forever, just like I might not. I'm not going to necessarily advertise forever, but I might not do the edit streams forever unless I can provide some sort of value about using the Blender video sequence editor. Anyways, see you tomorrow or see you on Thursday. And thank you. Bye. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you for watching.